Okay, better late than never is what they say, right? I'm a little late today. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Some other stuff came up. Um, we had somebody come by today to place some new doors, and we had a bit of an issue because one of the doors that we ordered was the wrong size, and yeah, that was kind of messed up. But I'm here, and we're just gonna switch up the plan for tonight. Because we're not having that much time tonight compared to normally, let's just make a bunch of patches for current. Because I've been making a lot of patches recently for current, and I've actually made so many that I'm getting into the sort of like ballpark of having a whole preset pack for it. So might as well spend the stream making some more, and who knows, I might have something to release again soon. So let's do that. Let's just make ourselves a bunch of patches today, and we'll see where we go. Maybe it evolves into a little bit of a track idea, who knows? Maybe it's just going to be a bunch of random patches. Doesn't matter. We'll see what happens. So, I guess we're good to go. Let's just get rid of that track. DJ Emo, it's been so fucking funny. Like, I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's absolutely stupid and pointless anyway. But basically, long story short, for anybody who hasn't seen, I posted a comment on one of Busy Works Beats videos. It was a video about making chords. I got recommended the video in my YouTube homepage, and I thought, let's click it. Let's see what he's up about. And he was explaining his own method of counting chord notes and shit and whatever. I understand what his method is and how it works and shit, but I just had my own, my own questions with it of how it would work with, how it works better than regular music theory or stuff like that. And I just asked a couple of questions. Basically just a few questions, I wasn't even trying to hate on the dude. Like I just asked him a question about how chord inversions would work with his system, basically. And instead of just replying to the comment like he does with a lot of other people that comment on his videos with questions, he decided to screenshot it and go to Twitter, make a whole post about it, about that I'm hating on him or whatever. I don't even fucking wanna try and understand his way of thinking. And he turns it into fucking drama, and I'm like, what the what? So I mean, at that point, I'm like, okay, I'll play the game. I'll play the game. If you want drama, then let's go. But like, it's so funny. The dude just doesn't understand that by doing what he does, he only makes himself look more ridiculous than he already does. And it's such a, I sometimes question, I sometimes really question what the inside of this man's brain looks like how his thought process goes, because it's just like, to get to to taking the steps that he does, I'm like, you had to discard so many other options that you could have taken, that you could have done, that would have been so much better, but yet you always go for that one sort of like direction of like, everybody is out to get me or something. And I'm just like, what? So, I mean, it's just funny, at that point. And then he went on to make a whole video today about it, and I'm like, I guess I struck a chord. That's all I can say. I've said that multiple times today. I know I sound like a broken record or whatever you call that, but it's what it is, right? No, it's fine. It's fine. I actually had a lot of fucking fun. Not that I wanna hate on Busy. I'm not out here to hate on Busy. Like, that was not what I was trying to do. I was just really just wondering, like, oh, your system, you have this system. He promotes it as an easier and easier to understand way of making chords, which is a bold claim, right? He also says that he came up with this whole system, which is another bold claim, because his system is, to make a minor chord, you just count from the first note, or in his case, the 0 note, because he starts with 0 instead of 1 when he counts for some reason. Well, I know the reason, because in synths it also works that way, but whatever. And then, he says that it's a better way, and that's a big claim to make. So I was like, okay, if it's better, then why does your counting method or your number method not really account for things like chord inversions? Or what if there is a bass note different than the root note? How would your system work with that? How would you count it out then? And that was just a genuine question, right? Because regular music theory actually takes that into account, right? If you see a slash chord, for somebody who doesn't know, a slash chord would be something like C/G, so C over G, meaning that you have a C major chord over a G bass note. It takes that into account. So I was like, how would that work with your system? Instead of just answering it, like a normal person would do, this whole thing unfolded. And I was like, wow, Busy. Really? But it's funny, it's funny. And now he's on a whole thing of trying to make it look as if I don't understand what I'm arguing about or something like that, which is even more funny because he keeps making assumptions about what I say that are wrong. Because he said like, oh, I say counting is convoluted. No, I never said that. I just said in my comment that his method is convoluted because he teaches the counting of semitones, right, when he makes a chord, but then he goes on to make a chord progression, and then he suddenly starts counting scale degrees, so he starts leaving out notes that are not in the scale, which is kind of convoluted if you ask me, right? You could better then talk about scale degrees when making chords as well, so that you teach the same thing in both cases, as opposed to doing one thing here and doing another thing here, and then confusing people, right? Like, he likes to talk about, I'm teaching beginners. So I'm like, well, if you're talking to beginners, then you probably should do that different as well. But then he's on the whole thing of trying to make me look as if I don't understand what I'm talking about or something. He said like 15 times now, I think, that my comment that I posted was wrong. Yet he, for some reason, does not want to say what is wrong with it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where he goes from here. I'm just, I don't know. I find it quite funny. And like I said, yeah, I just wonder what his thought process sometimes goes like, That's kind of what I always think of. Like, how do you get to thinking like that? Oh wait, this is quite long. Let's do that. So, what should we make first? What kind of patch are we gonna make? Wait, I think I might have some chord progressions in MIDI. Let me check. I might have some... Save us a bit of time. Let's see. Chord progressions. Top one is called Could Be Fun. I think that's actually close to what I was thinking of. Maybe. Let's just start with that and make some patch for it, and then we'll see where we end up. So let's see, what is some Reese goodness? We could make a Reese. Sure. We could make a Reese. Let's take these nodes. We'll just duplicate this real quick. Because we probably want to make like a separate base anyway. It's gonna be really low. Let's do something like that. Okay. Let's start with mono. Let's do a little bit of glide. So we could do a couple of ways, of course. We could start just with 2 oscillators. I like to use a macro for the detuning so that you can just do that. Then go into here and then just one of them, we're just gonna set this one to -50 instead of +50. And then this is now basically our detune. So we can offset the detuning by doing this. And we'll probably mess with that anyway later. We can maybe offset the phase of this one a little. But we probably want to mess with that later when we have some more stuff going. Let's just start with... Let's see. We do maybe do one of these phaser ones. Let's key track that. Just to kind of change the tone a little. And maybe we'll do a band pass. We need both of these running through it, of course. It's gonna cut out a lot, but it might actually work. Let's just distort the hell out of this for now. Ooh, what the hell? That actually sounds cool. Interesting. Can we make that work somehow? Can we make that work somehow? That would be funny if we can make that work. It's completely messed up here, but I'm thinking maybe if we... Weird as fuck patch. Nah, it's not as nice as I hope, but... Let's go with something else here. Let's go... let's actually go back here. Let's do... that. It's probably better to do this after the distortion. Let's key track this. Let's see, let's go in here. This preset works kinda. But I love using the morph EQ and then now it's already pretty distorted at the moment, which is kind of a bit of a shame, but maybe if we just let's maybe use a bit of an EQ. There's a lot of this area. Was it better just like this, I think. I mean, we made a Reese. It's not the best one, but... Huh? Why does the sound stop when you change the pitch bend value? Not like the actual pitch bend, but the amount of the range. Did you notice that? Huh? I found a bug. I think I found a bug. Don't think that's supposed to happen. Oh, we could add some noise. That's actually a good call. We could add some noise. I actually really like this particular noise in here. There's a couple of noise files called gear static. Those are really nice. They're kind of like white noise, but like if we just play, well, it's running through everything, of course, but see, it's really just some noise, but it's kind of like, you know, they took the static of like, I guess some hardware gear or whatever. I really wish they could make it so that you could lock this. Because every time you switch to a different sample, it switches this back to key. And then it's going to follow with the notes. But I want this to be locked to fixed when I do that. See, but it has like that kind of an interesting texture. So see, it switches back to key. Just needs to be unfixed. So we could add that maybe. Although it's going to run through everything. So, but we can see what it does if we mix it in. Actually, it doesn't work that well because we have the other filters happening. Weird. Ah, there we go. Yeah, but I can't do that in the patch, right? If I'm making a patch, then I can't really do that in the patch. I can do that though. That kind of works. Isn't as strong as I hope it would be, but better than what it was. Another thing would be nice if they could add a key track feature to a key tracked mode to the LFO. That would be super handy, so that you could basically track the speed of the LFO to the incoming MIDI note. Because then you can just assign that to the level here and just make it go whatever rate you want, right? You can kind of I guess hack that by doing it free running and then just key tracking that, right? Just doing something like this, but it's gonna be a bit of a pain to do. Like we can do that, put that on here, and then that should. But it also doesn't go up that high. It goes to 40 Hertz, which is quite quick for an LFO, right? But I would like it to go quicker. Now we can hack that, I think, if we go into the curve. This goes up to 40 as well. So if we just make 2 sine waves in here, or 2 shapes, then we double that to 80. Ha. I'm smart. And then we can key track this, I guess. Let's just do that again so that I know that the range is... Because I believe if I do this and then do bipolar, it's exactly the right range. Could be wrong, but... And I guess if we want to make this a bit more gritty, or then we can just add a bit of silence in between. That's a bit more like, I guess, something like this, maybe. And then we just do a similar shape here. But we can't really distort it now with the rest, which is kind of a shame. The only thing we can do is we can run it into the soft clipper here, but that's about everything we can do now at this point. Which is fine, like we could try that out, see what happens. Just crank this up a bit. I'll just leave it like this. We'll save this patch because it's an okay patch. Let's just put the noise on the macro. We'll just do that. And then maybe, so we call that noise. And then maybe we want to have the rate of the noise as well. Like we can put that on here. Not sure if this is gonna work, but it's not gonna go quicker at some point, but I guess we can just bring this down a bit so we have even more range. Something like that. We'll move on to the next patch, but let's save this real quick. So, as you can see, I have started on this already. I really like this as well, how they done this. There's one thing I wish they would allow me to do, and that is making my own audio presets for audio previews for the presets. Because, as you know, in here, all these presets have like an audio preview, right? That's only available for the actual sort of like patches that come with the synth, but not for the user presets. But I wish they would allow us to do that. I think that they will at some point. And maybe there is already a way, but I don't know how these previews are stored. I assume they're stored in the cloud. So, you know, I hope that they at some point allow us to make our own. But I already like how they do this, because if you have your packs right here, these are the factory packs, but if you go to user, you can actually create your own. And you can just create a folder inside of the user, inside of the location where your user folder is, and just make another folder. And you can just change all the stuff here. You can add an image and everything. So I really like how they're doing that. Hope that also saves along with it if you save a bank or a preset bank. I hope that they've also thought about that. But I really hope that they at some point also allow us to make audio previews for it, because if I would like to do a preset pack, I would love to actually be able to have audio previews for those presets, because it makes browsing presets a lot easier, right? Anyways, let's save this one real quick. I'm not gonna add all the tags. I'll just do bass and then Reese bass, and then I'll go through all the tags later. Don't want to bore you with that. We just need a name. That's where you guys come in. Give me a name. Give me a name. Yeah, for the preset, of course. Cool. Don't know what it would imply, but for now that'll do. There you go. Let's just go and use this thing real quick. Let's make these chords a little bit bigger. F major, we could stick on A. But it's probably gonna be nicer if we go to C. And just add the fifths in here. Maybe stay on that. Sure. At least we have a little bit more notes now. Let's see if we can turn this into a bit of an interesting patch. I guess with a progression like this, it could go a little bit more in the sort of like Imanu, Bunshin, that kind of territory. It really has that kind of sound, if you ask me, this progression. So let's see if we can turn this into a bit of an intro kind of synth sound, and maybe we'll even see if we can make like a chord thing out of this for that could be used in a drop as well, so that you have like both. So the first one, I guess we can just start from a sine. And this is not hitting. Yeah, okay, let's do. It's gonna be really low. But if it's for one chord, might not even be that big of a problem. Let's start with that. And let's make this sound a bit weirder. Something like that, maybe. Or that way. Now, a lot of those patches, what I notice in their tracks, is that they often sound less perfect than what you would get from most digital synths. Yeah, Caracal Project, another great example. Another great example. We could try and make one of those chord stacks later for like that he does in the drop of that track. That would actually suit this progression really well. But what I always notice is from these sounds, especially in their intros, is that they add subtle imperfection. Whether it's with like plugins like, what is that plugin by fuck, I always forget the name of it. RC20, right? That tape emulation kind of thing, or vintage kind of sound emulation plugin. Could do it with that, but you could also do it in the synth, right? You could also design the synth to sound less perfect. And a lot of times I really notice that in, well, especially Imanu's tracks, like in his intros. Like, take this sound. Sounds really basic, right? It just doesn't really sound interesting. But listen to what happens the moment we do this. Let's take an LFO. Let's take maybe a bit of a quicker speed, maybe 8 notes. Let's do a bit of random, why not? Set it to free running, and let's put that on the fine tune. Just a tiny amount. Let's do bipolar. Immediately, you get more of like that kind of sound, right? And you could do that on the pitch, right? But you can do it on a lot of things, so maybe even quicker. Maybe just a tiny amount. And let's go with maybe the bend here. Let's do this. That's maybe a bit much. Just a tiny bit. But right away, it has a more interesting sound, right? And it's just very subtle things like that that really work for these kind of sounds. We could also maybe... What happens if we go and in here, isn't there a glide mode? Let's do always. Let's see what happens when we have a chord. Kind of interesting. But it's also kind of weird how it picks the voices to go between, because the low voice goes to the high voice and the high voice goes to the low voice. Look at what happens here in the spectrogram. Let me close millimeters down, or at least the text here. Look at the spectrogram here. The voices cross each other. Really weird. Like, we could also go a different route. We could also go yeah, it doesn't really matter. Use a curve here. So if we take a curve and we put this on the middle point, or we don't even have to put it on the middle point, I guess, but might make it easier. How long is this? 2 bars, okay. So if I put that on 2, just make a couple of points here. 1 to 1. I hope that that's flat. Now it is. Just have a ton of points, but who cares? We do something like this, and then we can put that on the pitch. Like, we don't even, we didn't need to do it up to the halfway point, I guess, but if we make it bipolar, it should work. Could also maybe go even slower. And then if we set this to free, then only the... You get that kind of thing. It's also kind of interesting. But you could also do it with pitch bends, I guess. So might be better to just leave this off and just do it with pitch bends. Because this is a bit annoying. Let's add some granular thing to here, see what we get. Do we have... Let's go to sounds, samples, and I kind of want something monophonic, I guess, so that it works with all of the notes. Okay, can we synth? We could try that out, actually. I think that's playing a different note. I could be wrong though, but I think that's playing a different note than... Or at least there's different notes within it. See though, might work. See if we can. no, it is the same note, but it's just too low. It's just lower. It's like if I put it on +3, it's the same note. Yeah. Just sounds weird. Let's go in here. Actually, oh wait, is this still? We can find a different sample. This one kind of works, but maybe that will be better. Some string sound. Or just not that layer. We just keep it at the one layer. That might be better. For this sound. I think one thing that we could do though is make this one more rhythmic and give that a macro so that you could make it more rhythmic at some point. So we can maybe use that. And then we can put a macro on that. Let's just use macro 2. Wait, show me that. We can do that. So that is our, I guess, wall. And then I want to have that as well. I'm gonna take this one off. Just this one isn't even doing anything now, so let's just turn it off. And let's just add that to here. Let's do something else. Let's give it this. Grab a low shelf. can have that. Now maybe I want to check real quick what happens if we add a little bit of distortion. Because then we get the bass note interacting with the higher notes and see what happens. Not as nice on this one. But this is alright already as a patch. Like, this doesn't need much more, honestly. Let's just do that. And let's do... how did I name those things again? There were a couple of ones with, like, 4 chords, and I did some... oh yeah, I added that. Okay, cool. Something, or I'll just do this. Rename later. I'll know what to do with it. Let's see. I'm sorry. Can we... Is there a way to... Mono, what does that do? Does it then always pick the lowest note as the sub? Oh. I guess not. Oh, that probably only works with the built-in chord mode, I guess. It would be nice if this is not turned on, and you switch this to monophonic mode, that it would always take the lowest note of the MIDI and use that for the sub. That would be so nice, because then you could just add this here, turn mono on, and then it would just grab the low note from here and use that to make the sub, and then the higher one is not going to have the sub applied to it, which would be pretty sick. could actually, if you put this in a position you like, and then make sure it's key tracked. Like right there, for instance, you could put this on a macro. And you can go between those two kind of sounds, which is kind of interesting. Ooh, sometimes it can also be fun to boost the bass going into the distortion, by the way. It's gonna be really distorted, but we would probably have to add a separate sub to this anyway, you know? So a lot of times this is just more like looking for the right tone, in a way. It doesn't really work on every note, but you get what I mean, right? It's just a matter of automating this and this, and I guess this as well. You get all kinds of different sounds. Also, start boosting here. That goes into the distortion, of course. Or no, it doesn't. We should add another distortion if we do that. But then we have to key track that, otherwise it's not really gonna work. But luckily we have the shift here. We could. Guess we can just. It'll be very loud, but. You get what I mean. Can also mess with the filter in front of it. And I guess that's why I would love a way to easily key track this. It's not this, because that just sets it to a note. I would love to be able to just easily key track this without having to set it up, you know, just a button. That would be so much handier. Not that it's that hard to do, but you can hear the range is not right. Because if the range is right, then as soon as it goes to a different key, you should hear that it has the same amount of sort of like resonance, because it's boosting the same kind of area as on the other note. But then, well, the same area that corresponds to the new note, I guess, which is whatever. Can also try maybe messing with some chorus in here. Make it a bit messier, but we'll add some width. And if it has too much of this, we can always take it down again. That works. And you would most of the time make these basses anyway, like you wouldn't use them like this in a track. Most of the times I wouldn't really focus on making the low end as good as possible. Like right now I'm kind of doing that because I'm making this in one patch, but most of the time I would just focus on making this sound, I guess, just interesting. And it doesn't necessarily need all that sub, like I'm using this compressor to kind of boost it, but it kind of works in context now. If I turn it off, it sounds weird, but I wouldn't necessarily try and make the sub work in the patch most of the time. I would just make the patch as cool as possible, and then you can always just add another layer, right? And make another bass for it that sounds more interesting. So, like, let's say we like this, but we don't like the bass. I mean, the bass is kind of alright, but let's say we don't. We can just do that, right? Like, we still got a bit of bass, but it's mostly just mids now. And then in here, we can just make another bass. We can just grab another current. And then we can just go, let's see, let's do, actually we were fine, let's do that. And let's just do another one. Let's try with a bit of FM. Do that maybe. Do this. Let's turn you down. Not sure if we're gonna use saw wave, but let's see what happens. Alright, let's set up this. Something like that maybe, bit of movement. Maybe a bit much, but kind of works. Also do that. That also works, but then also the sub moves, which is also fine, actually, if that's what we want. Kind of works, maybe. And then just, we could probably add some noise to this one. Like, we don't necessarily need the noise in this one. If we add it to the other one, we could make it sort of like a key track to the bass, so that might actually be nice. We could just set a macro up for the noise here, real quick. Just do this. So we can add noise to the patch if we want to, but we don't have to. So right now we should get this patch without the noise, right? And then here we can make this one a bit fatter with some noise. So we can go in here. Let's just grab... Let's go here. Let's do that one again because it kind of works. Let's just set up a macro for that as well. And let's just distort these two, see what we get. We can also, if we don't like how that sounds and we don't want the movement, also try this. Let's see what happens. We get that, because this one is too low, basically, for sub, but that makes the noise distort really interestingly, as you can hear. So we could do that maybe, and then we high pass this. That. And then we go into here, direct out. Now we have a really nice noise base. Let me grab a drink. And in a way, we could probably even add a harmonic to this as well, so that you could also use it on its own. You don't have to use it necessarily with a top layer. So if we, because do we have, yeah, we have another oscillator. So if we grab this one, and let's just set it to a sine again. Just do that for now. Well, maybe we do want to have it up a bit. Yeah, that's fine. Turn that off. So if we grab another macro on here, maybe. That. Why is that not working? Does it need to be higher, probably? Yeah. Wait, we should probably use the harmonic series. Do they have a wavetable for that? They probably do. Harmonic series. Sine harmonics. Yeah, that looks like it. Yeah, because we have the high pass, probably it's. So that might be a bit annoying. I wish we had a way to make it not go through the high pass. But we don't. It's fine though. I guess you also have a harmonic series in here now I think of it. Yeah. So you could make a harmonic series out of any oscillator. Interesting. So you could take anything, really. I don't know, cassette leak. Yeah, now we have 2. Weird. Yeah, don't mind the sound. Okay, that doesn't work. It's because we have this one so low. That's why it's messing it all up. Like if we don't have this one at a really low frequency, it's probably gonna be fine. Yeah. Has anyone here looked into odd time signatures like 3/4? Would it even work for something like drum bass? It can totally work. It can totally work. I have actually dabbled a little bit in it. And yeah, it can totally work. I think I might even have a break that I made in, what was it again? 7/4, I believe. This should be in 7/4. It's in 172. So if we set this, because it's now, yeah, it's also not in the right timing. So if we do 172, yeah, you can see it's 7 beats in total. It's gonna be a weird pattern, but it can totally work. Not sure if this one is. Don't think it is, honestly. 176. No, this is just regular 4/4, but just a bit weird. I thought I had another one, but didn't I chop one of the Noisia breaks up into 7/4? I think I did. Noisia 7/4. Didn't I have a sample? Yeah. I chopped one of the Noisia breaks up from the pack into 7/4. That they did. Is this 7/4 though? Yeah, this ends up at 7 bars. It's a bit of a longer pattern, but... See? That's where the pattern repeats. So after 7 beats. It could totally work. It could totally work for a tune. It just all depends on how you arrange it. How you arrange the track and how you, you know, write around that rhythm, I guess. And in 3/4 is maybe a bit weird. 3/4 is a bit of an odd one because you don't get that much space in the bar, if you get what I mean. Like if we just grab a regular break, just grab a really simple break. Like just a drum and bassy. Okay, that might actually be really good because that has just like a kick, a snare, and some shakers. Like, 3/4 is going to be a bit weird though, because then you're going to be looking at this, basically. So then your pattern would be that long before it repeats. So you would have to come up with something within that, which I guess is possible, but it's going to get weird. Well, you don't have a lot to work with, if you get what I mean. Maybe if we do a pattern like this. But you're gonna have to definitely work then with like the other next bar and probably have something different going on there. So maybe that would work. Or what is it? That's... No, 3. We would end up here. Like, you could maybe do something like that? I don't know, it's gonna be a weird one. 5/4 is a little bit easier, maybe. That might be a bit easier. Or, I don't know. Or chuck you here. You know. There you go. Groove in 5/4. And it all... You just have to find something that loops nicely, right? And then you can work around that. But it's definitely possible. I do find, though, that if you want to go that direction, using variations on 4 is going to be more danceable than using variations on 8. Not that 8 isn't danceable, right? If you go based on 8 notes, because you can also go for like 6/8 or something, or I guess 7/8 or something. You know, 6/8 would technically be the same as 3/4, depending on how you count. I guess. But like, if you do something with like a variation based on 4, so on like on beats, then, or well, I guess if you count in 8s, then the beat is an 8-note long, so that, well, it's fucked up, but to describe it. But because if you do it on like 4, then you can always bob your head to the underlying beat, even though it's not 4/4, right? You can still just do that. Whereas if you go by 8 notes, like let's say if the pattern is this long, right? Then every bar, and if somebody is then doing that, so they're trying to just bop the head to the beat, then every bar or every time the pattern repeats, they will shift from bopping their head to the beats, and then the phrase after, so the bar after it, they're gonna be bopping their heads to the offbeats, and that's still, still possible, but it's gonna make the groove a bit harder to follow, I find. Not that it doesn't work though, because like look at, for instance, what is it, The Hole from Noisia? Like that track is in what, 2316 or something? I don't even know what it is, but it's like a crazy time signature. Like the phrase is like, I don't know, like 2316 notes long or something. Or maybe it's based on 8 notes, could also be the case, but at least it's a really weird time signature that makes no sense, really, if you think about it. But the pattern works. The pattern just works. And it all has to do with how they wrote the pattern. And that's what matters, And as long as the pattern works and it feels like it loops nicely, then you can turn that into a groove. Where do you find good breaks to chop up? There's so many packs for breaks, honestly. And there's like, if you just go to Google and search like drum breaks Reddit, for instance, you'll probably find a bunch of posts of people that collected breaks in like audio files and just shared them as a download. There's the Loopmasters original jungle breaks packs. My bad, damn. Coke is making me burp. There's the Loopmasters original jungle breaks pack, which there's like 3 of them now, I think, and they all come with like hundreds of breaks. KJ Salka, drum and bass kind of style drummer, he releases a ton of different packs for like kits for like electronic drum kits, actually, because he's a drummer, but like kits that are actually focused on drumming drum and bass. And he also makes sample packs with break loops, so that he has drummed himself. And there's a ton of those kind of things out there, so, all you have to do is just look, basically. Just Google drum and bass breaks, and you're gonna find so many different ones. Or just start sampling. Like they used to do back in the day. Now, let's continue with what we were doing. Did I save this one? I mean, it's kind of a patch, right? I might play around with it later, but let's just save this one real quick. Yeah, what is this? This is kind of multiple things, I guess. This is that, and that. Can be used for all. We'll just do that. And this one is kind of fucked. That works though. Let's just save that as well. Oh, did I save the other one in this folder? I don't think I did. We'll just call this some kind of noise base. There we go. I already made a bunch of other patches as well. I was working on a bit of a little thing earlier before the stream, with some other patches, and I actually found a break in current that is really nice, and it actually got me an idea for a fun groove as well, that is different from what I usually do. But I was looking through the samples in here, because there's actually a ton of samples. And what was it called again? Was it Cutter something? Cutter drums. I believe that's the break. Yeah, that break. I heard that break and I was like, oh, that's actually a really nice break. But what I especially liked was the dirty kick at the start. Like the... Let me do this real quick. I love that kick at the start. It's so dirty. Might as well go into that project and do some more sound design there. Because I was chopping that break up in there, and I think yeah, let's do that. Let's save here, so that I can always come back to this one. And... should be this one, I think. Yeah, we're still going to be doing sounds, but... I was messing with this thing, so you can see here I just have 2 blank MIDI tracks that I would probably want to add my own kick and snare to, but I really liked what I was getting from this break, so I was chopping it up, and I was creating this pattern, so with a double kick at the start, so... And I really like that kind of a pattern, so I was messing with some patches that I was making in Current, and I came up with a few that sound like this. And with that groove, I was getting something pretty interesting. Now obviously we would want to have more work on the drums. But let's see if we can, I think that that kick is actually in Current, if I'm correct. So we could even use that kick. I believe. Sounds, samples. Is it also named that? Is that it? No, it's not. Sounds similar. That is it. Or is it? Did I pitch it down? Sounds lower or something. Oh, that's the snare. It has a different tail though, or am I wrong? Weird. Similar though. Yeah, it's definitely sound different. Doesn't matter though, but I like a dirty kick at the start. We just need a really dirty kick, basically. And I guess I can just quickly add that snare here. Just so that we have the pattern. Anyways, I kind of want to make... Let's see. Because we have... this one. So it cuts out at some point, I guess because we have decay on it. Yeah. So now it extends all the way up until here. Could we add... Well, I mean, it is going down, though, in like, volume. But I'm kind of hearing, like, another layer on top of this sound coming in at the end. I guess playing the same note, but just sort of like coming up again, if you get what I mean. Could maybe be cool. But we probably have to do that in a different patch. What could be cool, though? Let's see, didn't we have... Well, we have an aggressive tag here. Let's just grab that. See what we can do with that. Also, yeah, let's go here. It's too low. Give me distortion. Let's grab another. Another something. Doesn't really matter what. Probably want to do it the other way around. This one is probably going to have to just be a bit more like a sine. So we just grab this maybe. And then we use the other one for FM. Let's see what we get. What if we add that one here? Where's the movement coming from? Where's that coming from? What? Oh, 2 voices, that's why. I'm like, huh? Why is it doing that? Now it should do something, yeah. Let's use... we'll use a macro. Not sure if it will be the right sound for that patch, but for this thing, but definitely a cool patch. That can definitely work for something. Maybe do a bit of this. Can we... Oh yes, put that on here as well. So, a little bit. Let's see what happens if we add one of these modes. Gets a lot crunchier, which can be pretty cool, I guess. So what if we can we do that? Yeah, we can do that. So we could, if you want more crunch, you can bring that up. Now you get that. Huh, interesting. So we get... let's do mod me. Or I guess I'll just say move me. A little bit more interesting. Or a little bit more understandable. And then we can use this one to add like some other kind of thing to it. Ooh, edge is kind of... Oh, but it also changes a little bit here, I guess. On some of the things. Not all of them, but... I guess the chorale one kind of worked. Going from that into a more... that kind of sound kind of works. Let's just call it crunch. And then maybe we'll add... we add the same one here. See what that does. Not the tone I was going for, but we could add that as well, maybe. Although, yeah, I wish this was key trackable in a simple way. Can try it out. Why is it not doing anything now? Oh. But is that gonna work on other notes? I don't think it will. What fucking notes am I playing? I mean, it does key track somewhat. It's kind of doing alright. We could maybe add that as well to a macro. Nicer with. Bit of a foghorn bass, which it already was. It turned into a foghorn, but it's fine. We'll just save this one as a foghorn bass because it's kind of what it became. I don't think there is a tag for that though. Is there? No. We need a foghorn tag bass. Come on. See, I already had a bit of a foghornish kind of thing. I feel like making an atmosphere patch right now. Something a bit different from what we've been doing so far. Let's see. Let's go and maybe start with a sample. Let's go with something... tonal? And let's do loop. So we get like things with like a lot more stuff in it. I hope. Let's just sort on recent. See what they added recently. If there's something we can use. This is all too much bass. Oh, I already tagged these as being alright. I mean, that doesn't really have other things in it. There's also more like one chord. Ooh. That has nice tones in it. Let's put that into the Granular engine. So this is in G major. But we could do some pretty cool stuff with this. So if we go here, we have the same tuning here. So I actually had a bit of an epiphany moment earlier when I was messing with the Granular thing in here. And I was making a bass sound actually with a Granular sound in the top layer within the same patch. And the Granular thing was creating a bit of a resonance that was running through distortion with the sub bass. And I was like, wait a second, you can use a sample that has a chord or even a full like sequence in it and still be able to play bass notes with the same patch and have it be in tune, because you can lock this. So I can lock this, and let's say our track is D minor, or in this case, let's say D major, because this is a sample in major. So let's say the track that we're doing is D major. So let's just put a D note in here. And we want to have a sub bass. Now that's already 16 bars, so let's go a little bit shorter. Come on. Okay, cool. Why are we in MPE? That's kind of weird. I don't need that. Okay, so D major. Let's just quickly turn that on here. Make it easier for ourselves. Let's say we go, I don't know, I never really use major to be honest, but let's just add a couple of notes. So that. Doesn't really matter, just so we have some notes underneath it. Now, normally, if we would have this on key, it's just gonna have... Let me just put this on something with a few harmonics, but not like a saw. Something like that, so we have a bit of a sub. And then if we have this sound, make it a bit louder. Right? This is now... It's working with the first note, but then we go here, and then it's going to make that sample into... What is that? B major, right? But if we just want to use this sample on top of these bass notes, and we lock this, for instance, and then let's bring the speed down, and let's just set it somewhere. We can still move it through here now. with those bass notes. So if I don't want the bass from this one, let's just do a high pass somewhere around 100 hertz, something like that. Do that on the grain. See, the bass note is changing underneath it, but this sample is now staying the same, so we can still morph through it and get like all kinds of stuff that works. So let's say, I don't know, maybe dot it. And let's say that what doesn't work with the bass note, then you can automate the position here to be somewhere else where it does work. Maybe go up another octave. Oh wait, and I believe we have to... Fuck, I'm so stupid. It didn't work correctly, I think, because if we set it to fixed, we have to set the note here. So our note should be G. I guess the reason it still worked is because C is exactly a fifth lower. But if we set this to G, everything we do in here now should work really well. Basically does. Now we don't really hear much because the bass is pretty quiet, but let's go and let's just make it a saw and then we'll just run that through a low pass. Now, I would usually want to have maybe... Oh, we could put this on a low pass, maybe. I would probably have this oscillator be a sine wave, though, because if we're distorting it, for instance, like if we want to use that for distortion, because what I was using it in a way... I was using it in a way that was different. Let's see. I was doing something that was more... I think I had this on an envelope. And then something more like that. And then we can mess with the position here. Now the sample is a bit noisy though. We could also maybe do... Let's see what happens if we go for D. Or a different sample. Like I might even have something myself. Maybe this one. That is in C, so let me put this on C, and then that on G. Right. So that sample, what that is, it's basically just random plucks. That's the sample. It's just random plucks in C minor, and then the second half of this, so right from here, it goes into C major. So I made that sample so that I can basically chuck that into here, and then all the notes that it's gonna play now, it would, if we just have this on key, it would just play a C minor when we press a C, right? So if we do press a C note, then the upper thing here is also gonna do things in C minor as long as we stay in the first half. You get all these weird like tones. Now I actually, it's a bit annoying to move it around because the sample is quite long. But for that too, I also have a method to fix that. What you kind of want to do with this right now, for instance, like if we set up a macro here, that we set up to exactly 50%, then that macro switches from minor to major. Oh. From minor to major. And then we can use this, as long as we stay in the first half, it's gonna be minor. Because that's what I did before I figured out you could block it, actually. I was like, I could do this. And you just have to look at like, okay, so this chord would be, in our case, major. So we would want to be in the right side. So then we would bring this up. And then we get the same thing as what we have here, but now in major. Because I also made sure that the plucks are exactly the same here. The only difference is just that the minor interval is a major interval. So that way I can... See? And wherever I put this... it switches from minor to major. See? So that's actually pretty helpful if you make yourself a bunch of samples like that, because it's really interesting for sound design. If you have a sample like that, it doesn't have to be plucks, it can be anything. You can make a bunch of random chord layers and just have in the first section, have them all be minor. In the second section, it's all major. And then you can switch between major and minor. So now, for instance, here, this section, the first chord would be major. So I would automate that, just be major there. The second chord is, that is what? B? B would be minor. So here we would go to there. And then we would get... this one would be minor again, so we would stay there. And that would be major? Yeah, that would be major again. So we go major, minor, minor, major, and then repeat. So we can just do that. And now we can still put this anywhere, because it's not automated. We're automating the macro that's connected here, that's set to exactly 50%. And now I can still automate this position to find myself something that works on that first sort of like chord or bass note. Now, the only issue is that moving this is kind of annoying, because moving it a tiny bit already changes the sound quite a lot. So I also thought about that, actually, and I thought, well, what if you put another macro on here with like a small range? So maybe 10% or something like that, which might already be too much. And then you can still automate this sort of like roughly to a position. And then maybe even make the macro bipolar. And then just go and do 5%. So then you can still automate this. And then you can use this macro to kind of fine tune. See, that's already way too much. So let's just do 1%. So it goes 1% up and down. So you can still now fine tune the position even though it's a really long sample. And you don't have to hold shift and do this whole like zooming in when you do automation and shit. Like you can still just do the automation of the position sort of like roughly and then just use this macro and automate that one to get it exactly right. Kind of nice. Kind of a little hack that I found out of working with these kind of sounds. But then I found out you can also lock this, and that creates a whole different kind of options of things that you can do. Right? Because then you can have the bass note just change and the top thing just... Then you can throw a sample in there that doesn't stick to one chord, that just has like a ton of different chords in there. And you can just, as long as they're all belonging to the same scale, then you can just automate through that. And it doesn't really matter what the bass note is doing. You just have to find a piece in the sample that works with the bass note. It was really quite interesting, actually. Also, chat, why you've suddenly gone quiet? Or are you just, you're just, listening to the information? But right now already you can hear that even though I'm not really automating it or changing anything, we get the right chord now because we've automated this minor to major macro. So now I can just start looking for something. So let's say that kind of works. Wait, I have an even better idea. To make sure that we don't go into the second half, we're gonna have, this is our fine position, and then we have another macro that is our global position. So that is our coarse position. Let's set that to 50%. So now we can move this from 0 to 50. Which is the minor side, everything on the minor side, and then if this is up, we have everything in the major side. And then if we need fine tuning, we have this macro. Nice. Ooh, that actually works with that note. So now we can just let's keep that on that note because that sounds cool. Doesn't work on that note, but that could work, for instance. And we can just go in here. Okay, so let's say we have this for now. Now let's see if that fine tune works. So if I go in here, and then we can go... the fine tune also want to have that to be halfway actually. Why is that not updating? This value does not update when you double click the position here. Interesting. Another bug. We'll set it to 50 ourselves. Now we might also have to... I should have done that before doing the other automation. Something like that. So now we can use the fine tune to offset that. So there it sounds a bit louder, for instance. So if we want to have it there, maybe. That one is actually loud. Or we could also automate this so that it moves, that it does changes over time. I don't really like this one. Ooh. There's a little bit of a weird thing happening when it jumps. There's not really much you can do about that, I guess. It's just a position jumping. You could automate it so that it has a little bit of a curve, maybe. Like maybe... see what happens. We do this. It's a little better, but I would probably just resample it anyway at some point. that kind of solves the issue of the thing changing a bit when it switches notes. What happens if we... That's not that nice. Maybe, can we do something with this one? It's too low, but it will interact with the distortion in a different way. So you could also like do that and resample it, high pass that, and add a different sub if you like what it does to the mid-range sort of like sound, because this oscillator is now sort of like an octave lower than what the sub normally would be. So it's basically inaudible on normal speakers, right? But if you high pass it after the distortion, then you get completely rid of it again. So sometimes when you have that running into the distortion and then with a higher layer, because the high layer sort of like gets, well, right now you also hear the rhythm of this, right? But if we crank the size up, I mean, I guess you still hear it for some reason. But let's say this sound would be completely continuous, right? Then the sub is actually giving it an oscillation with the distortion, and if you then change the speed of that, or change the pitch of that oscillator, that sub oscillator, you get a different speed on that oscillation as well. That is happening to the mid-range due to the distortion. So if you bring this a lot lower, then that will also get a lot slower. So you can hear it actually. Now you can see as well right here in this thing that we're getting all kinds of weird DC offset shapes because it's so low pitched, but you can hear what it's doing to the mid-range. Right? It's different from there. Like if this would be a completely continuous sound, so for instance just a saw wave at a higher pitch with some detune maybe. Let's run that through there, and I'll add you to here as well. Then maybe we'll low pass it as well, just like we did with that other one. Like even if this is just a sine wave, I guess that's probably the best to hear it. You get that sound, that is the sine wave with the distortion with a lower sine wave now being distorted. So if we take the delay off, see? No sort of like modulation on the higher sine wave, but as soon as we crank the distortion, you get that sound, which is a really classic sound, by the way. This is a really good starting point of making this particular sound as well. You don't have to start from the granular thing. If you want to make it clean from the start, then this is the way to do it. Just start with 2 sine waves. And then you can just start modulating this with some chorus maybe. And you get all kinds of weird shit. But if we want to have that modulation on the mid-range layer now to be lower, we can do that. See? So, if you like that lower sound, like that for instance, which I sometimes do with noise, because that tends to, you know, work pretty well, makes it a bit more fluttery, then we could use that. We could just be like, yo, okay, high pass. Let's just grab high pass. Put that somewhere here. Now we just have that mid-range layer. You add a separate sub. And you've got a new sound. We can just add this one on top of it. See what happens. Ooh. You can get some pretty interesting results just by doing something weird like that. That one sounds nasty. It has a bit of a movement in it, which is kind of cool. Well, let's say, okay, this one is kind of cool, but let's try messing with the other ones, see what we get. And I guess if we go in here, we can emphasize a frequency as well. Probably better gonna work without the granular layer, honestly. Interesting though. Completely lost track of what we were doing, but I didn't I say I was gonna make some atmosphere? I mean, we can just search for atmosphere. Probably get some interesting things here. Let's do that recent thing again. that. That might be cool. Now this sample, like what I'm playing, I'm just playing an F and a C sharp, right? Yeah, so this would make this C sharp minor as well, because we're putting a minor sample into the granular thing. But that's actually fine, because that would make it the harmonic minor. That would just be borrowed from F harmonic minor, so that would work perfectly fine. We could basically chuck any minor sample in here. That one might sound a bit darker. We can just chuck that in there and see what we get. Actually works pretty well. So I would probably modulate that as well. So let's just copy this. So we have another random LFO. And we just chuck that on here. Let's make it go bipolar. And then let's just chuck the other one on there as well. So that it's got basically two random LFOs moving against each other. And just moving through this sample. Might even want to slow them down. So I think they're even too quick. So let's remove the first one, because I like that one on the filter. But this one is going to go even slower, 16 bars. And then we'll just copy that one. And then we'll have two of 16 bars. Or we make them free running and set them to slightly different rates, so that they will drift in and out from each other, which is probably even nicer. Now, right now I'm using all these filters already, and I don't really like that. But we have filters here, so this one is set to the grain, so I'm just gonna take this one off and remove this LFO and just get rid of that filter. And that should give us the full spectrum of this sample again as well. But then let's just use this one. And we're gonna use one of the LFOs. This one, of course, with the first one. And I'm just gonna set that to bipolar. That should give us some movement on the cutoff. That's maybe a bit much. And also still hook that up. So let's say that is gonna go to macro 1. We can go from a more low pass sound still. Like that. Two more like that. And this one is on filter 1. Now, technically we could do that here as well. But it's not really needed. Because it wasn't really filtering that much of this one anyway. But if we would want to, we could use this one and just do that. And we should have the same thing. Thinking, could this be fun? What if we grab this and let's see if this works. I'm just gonna try it out. That is how long? 8 bars. Okay, so what if we try this out? Set that to 8. Let's do something like this maybe. Maybe even that. Something like this. And I'm gonna chuck that on the fine tune of this one. And we're gonna go into the matrix. Let's go. Hello, Neo. And let's do -1 right here. See what we get. Oh wait, not -1. We're in cents. I'm fucking stupid. Of course you're not gonna hear that. What was it? -50 or something maybe? And what if we set this to 1 shot? Then it should not go back to the start for the release of that previous note, I think. I know that this sounds like a buzzing, annoying thing. Ooh! I like that though. So now, because I freed up the filters, I can filter this one. That's why I was doing that. So we can go here, do this, and we can grab maybe a curve, set to 8 bars, 1 shot, or maybe 16 bars. And then we have this, maybe, oh, maybe we'll do something like that. And then now we can still mess with this here, of course. Maybe we give this one some voices. I think what I want to do is I want to make the volume of this one go up and down a bit as well. Then I could even curve that up a little so that it comes in a bit more linear, I guess. So that's actually pretty nice. It adds a bit of a nice layer. See what pitch would be cool. Yeah, a bit Blade Runner vibes, exactly. I like that, but I like that subtle pitch movement at the end. It works really well. Let's see what happens if we use that first oscillator, which is set to the low pitch note, and actually has unison. Let's make that go through, or add a bit of FM to this one, see what happens. So we need a ton more reverb on this though. Go all the way to 50. Now, we could also try, because this has unison, right? So the FM is a bit messy. What if we use the sub oscillator? And we just turn the level down, and we just chuck this one on -3, and then instead of oscillator A, we grab the sub. Should be a lot cleaner now. And we can change the pitch of it. See what happens if this is just a sine wave. But with some FM. Okay, we're also clipping a bit. There's a couple of weird things in Current that I have to ask them about. I have to ask the minimal audio team about why that happens. Because, for instance, let's say you have a patch like this, right? And let's say you grab the chorus. Like right now, it's just going to be sort of like roughly the same level as what we had before. Maybe a bit quieter because it's washed out due to the chorus, right? But then as soon as we add the multiband, it increases the gain. And the whole patch becomes quite a bit louder. It's not as noticeable on this pad, honestly, now at the moment, now I try it. But on a bass, it's really noticeable. Like if you have a bass sound, just like a regular, really quickly, just a saw wave. But lower, of course. Like if we just have a bass, a saw bass, let's crank the gain a bit. There we go. Maybe we just take the buzzy, annoying high end off. And if we add maybe a bit of distortion to make sure it's loud. There we go, it's hitting 0. Yeah, okay, cool. Or maybe not even, like just a tiny bit. Doesn't have to hit 0, honestly. Like if we take the chorus, for some reason, in multiband mode, it just... Like the sub is louder now than it is before the chorus. Even though this whole area should not be affected, because we're using multiband. But you can see on the level, let's just see what the track level is right here. So we're hitting -0.7. And let's see without the chorus. -5.6. See? So For some reason, having this chorus on increases the gain when we're in multiband mode. I'm not sure if it happens in filter mode. No, see, filter mode we're closer to what we are here, so... What is the difference then? Is this then... Right, so this is just taking the entire sub and high end off now. Now it just acts as a filter. And here we... Ah, maybe that's why. But then when we have it sort of like at 50% dry wet... Wait, is that it? Yeah, then we get the dry sub stacked on top of it. That is why it gets louder. Okay, that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense. But I also find a similar thing happens with the reverb, though. Sometimes. Or at least this reverb can get really loud really quickly for some reason. It starts clipping really quickly if you have a little bit of a louder input signal. But that's fine. Now, I kind of understand why that chorus is doing that now. And it's already going to do something, of course, because the other oscillator is pitching. The other oscillator is pitching down, so it's already going to do a little bit of a difference in pitch between the oscillator doing the FM and the one that is not doing the FM, that is receiving the FM, I guess. Sure if there's much more I can do with this patch. I mean, we have a noise oscillator. I guess we can add some noise to the top. We do have a bit of space here. And we probably want to set up a way to remove this layer. This one. So, I guess if we just circuit like that. Or, I mean, kind of nice having it like here. It was kind of a nice range. Just leave it somewhere around there, and then we'll just do bring you down, put you on here. So when this is up, it's gonna be at around 30-ish, and then when it is down, we want to have this one also be down. Oh, didn't that work? That one, like that. So when this one is down, we don't get this layer. we just get more of like a pad like this. And then when we add this layer, it adds that in. And then maybe we want to add a macro to that FM here, so that we can make it sound more, I guess, dirtier. It's kind of cool. Not even sure how much of that you hear, but let's just add it in. Why not? Give it a bit more variety. No clue what all those noises are, but let's see. So can we still have another filter left, so can also just use this mode. It goes back and forth. Not sure how can we hear those noises. I guess we can. Factory escapes, yeah. Might also have, well, I have a ton of my own samples, but I would like to use just samples from in here because for at least if I want to make this a pack, you know. Could be interesting. Just have to play once maybe, that could be cool. That actually works. Why is oscillator B selected here when this is set to parallel? Huh? Okay, I was about to say. Can we do something weird with this one? Let's see. We can emphasize certain points, and if we have this one key track, then it should work on every note. If we change this position, we're gonna have to be careful with where we put it, I guess. We can also make it atonal, like that. I mean, it's actually kind of cool. You set it exactly to 12. And it's gonna sound more perfect, see? Now it sounds more in tune. Like, now there's no warbling happening, but it's kind of nice if it's just slightly off. Maybe just even a bit more. See, so you get... What if we modulate it? Ever so slightly. That's gonna have to be like a tiny amount. But that could be possible. Let's just grab one of you. And then we want to have a absolute minuscule amount. That's already way too much. We want like 0.5% or something. Maybe we put you a little bit lower. Maybe a little bit closer to 12. And then this can go maybe... Now it's gonna change depending on what the LFO is doing, of course. If this LFO is more up here, in the higher part, then we get more of that. Or we can put it somewhere else. What happens if we modulate it more? I get all kinds of weird things happening. Don't really hear much when I do that. Ooh, that almost sounds like a dying, crying cat. Oh shit! That's perfect! Don't touch it. That's great. Yeah, this is nice. Now we just need the final macro to add this layer and to remove it. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, cool. So now we use macro 4, and that is just going to be assigned to the level of this one. And we call this macro dying cat. I guess, since I'm using this in one-shot mode, right now it's set to repitch. If I set this to flex, I can change the speed. What the fuck? It almost sounds like there's some weird animal creature in the background just with a high-pitched voice just whining. This patch actually turned out really sick. I like it. What is this? Oh, okay, that's just that. We can remove the mid-range layer here. This layer of no, this layer. No. Which layer is that? That's this layer. Yeah. That layer. I mean, if we... No, this is good. This is good. Don't touch it. Yeah, so we can really just bring it down to just a low pass pad. Yeah, this patch is dope. This patch is also really nice for ambient music, I guess. Or maybe want to mess with a little bit of this? Or is that too much? Makes it quite loud actually, but let's just leave it off. The only other thing I want to try, so Comb Plus, don't touch the cutoff position, but Comb Plus is the dying cat. I want to check what it sounds like with the flanger ones. Similar, probably. Yeah, similar kind of sound. I think the what was it? Comb minus, Comb plus? Comb plus. Yeah, Comb plus. Yeah, Comb plus was better. It's louder. The only thing we could maybe do is set one of these random LFOs to affect the resonance a tiny bit. So certain moments it's going to be a little bit more and other times it's going to be a little bit less. Let's see if that would work. So we just do this, then with a tiny amount. So just going to follow this thing. I mean, definitely a patch that we're gonna have to save, because this one sounds amazing. There. Pad. Atmosphere. And the rest I'll figure out later, but give me a name. Okay. We need to be smart with this one, guys. It needs to involve cats, and it needs to reference Blade Runner. Let's think about a good name. Come on. Together we must be able to join the mind forces together. I dropped the idea there. Come on. I'm thinking as well, but so far my brain is saying no. Cat with a blade. Angel cat. I mean, we'll do cat with a blade for now, but I'm gonna think of a better one. I'm gonna think of a better one. There is a better name for that pet, 100%. With this theme, there must be. I'll have to refer my my dusty Blade Runner terminology. Maybe rewatch it and then I'll think of something. As ChatGPT, yeah, true. That could also work. You want to talk about? Do you want to hear a fun fact? I'm not going to show it on stream because I don't know what YouTube does when I show that. But I keep getting these stupid grok advertisements on Twitter from Elon. Of course, he's pushing it as hard as he can. So I was like, well, let me just give it a shot. So I asked Grok, Elon's own AI, who recently made a Nazi salute, and I got 4 images of Elon Musk. And I laughed my ass off. His AI is turning on him. Yeah, I was also thinking about something with replicant. I was thinking about, could I do something with that, but no, I absolutely laughed my ass off today. I was like, let me give it that question and see what it does. I literally got 4 photos, AI generated photos of Elon Musk. I'm pretty sure he'll be patching it out by now. It's just so hilarious. Show us, dude. It's in the Discord actually, I believe. Yeah, it's in the Discord. Well, okay. There's nothing really that it shows. There's nothing really. Let me check for sure. Nah, there's nothing dangerous with showing this image. See? That's my profile image. Draw me the person who recently did a Nazi salute. And that's what it did. There you go. I just had to, you know. I mean, if you keep pushing that shit to me, you shouldn't give that to me, mate. I don't want it. And if I use it, then that's the only kind of stuff I'll use it for, you know? But I found it, I thought it was quite hilarious. I didn't expect it to actually do that, you know? I was like, he must have have some kind of a rule in it, you know, that just prevents that or something. But nope. Fun fact. Okay. Oh, wait. Luckily I saved the patch. Oh, wait, it's still there. We could. Let's make something that would work with this. So I know what chords that's playing, because it's basically just playing a minor chord. So it's just playing U and U, which this would be F minor, but this E note would make it F harmonic minor. Still works. Now that's probably a voicing that's going to sound absolutely boring, but that doesn't matter for now. Chuck those down. Let's put... And let's see what happens if we use... Can we do that? Can we use the ARP without using the chord thing? I assume we can. Of course. Okay. Now, these chords are pretty slow, though. That's a bit annoying. But, what if we make a really slow ARP pattern? How slow can you go? 2 bars. Oh, that's actually pretty slow. Okay. What kind of thing would be cool? Could go at 9. Could just add maybe... Let's add E here as well. And then here, C would be... Yeah, that could work. And then let's see what we have here. I'm gonna make it even slower. Let's go 2 bars. Okay. Maybe we can go a little bit quicker so we get basically the pattern twice. That could work. I've never really used this ARP, so kind of getting used to it as well at the moment. Okay, I want that note, that last note, which... It's E. Why are those sounding exactly the same? Does it take into account the scale that is now here selected? Even though we are not using this? will be used by the arpeggiator. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so we also need to change this. We would have to go to F. Do we have a harmonic minor? We do. Nice. Okay. There we go. Now we get the ones that I want. So now we can change this one to still have the same bass note, but do... kind of wants that one. There we go. And then probably want to have maybe that one again. Wait, no, that E is gonna be... This E has to be that. Or no, wait, it has to be E. Because we don't get C, we get that. Try adding that one here maybe. And this would be that. So we're not really changing the chord here with these notes, we're just using a different note of the chord for the bass, I guess, but maybe try E here. That also works. No, I kind of wanted to just stay in the same chord, because that's what this one is doing as well. Because this is quite a slow moving thing. This one you use for like slow progressions, I guess, because this progression is 16 bars, yeah, in drum and bass tempo. Which is actually not too strange in drum and bass, to have such a long progression where it only changes once over like 16 bars. Holy shit, almost fucking choked there. Oh, damn. I need a drink, that's why. Holy shit. I've been going without a drink for like the past 2 hours, I think. Oh, it doesn't really matter with skills. I use so many times that I'm just jamming about on like a piano or something, and I'm just like, I'll just play one chord and I'll just play a random other chord and just be like, they don't really necessarily work together. Like, for instance, you might play one chord and you'll be like, okay, so let's say I play a D minor. Okay, let's say we're in D minor, but then you play a random other chord and you're like, well, that one doesn't really fit D minor. But could I make it work with the chord of D minor? And you'll be like, probably, you know? There's plenty of ways. And I actually like it a lot of times when there's notes that don't belong in the scale, or when you suddenly borrow a chord from a different scale that is somehow related to the one that you're using, or not even, just completely unrelated. Sometimes it can actually just add something of interest, and it might sound weird at first, the first time you hear it, but as soon as that progression is played once and it starts looping, your brain is going to be like, well, I mean, it kind of does work though. It gives me a different feeling that I'm not really familiar with, maybe, but it works. So is it then wrong? I wouldn't say so, right? So it's like, I don't really care too much about scales most of the time. I do like to know where I'm in when I'm actually establishing and when I'm working on a tune, because it does help, right, to know. But I don't necessarily care too much when I'm making a chord progression, for instance. Let's leave that like that. That's why. Oh wait, we need you running through there. That's what the problem was. Okay, let's... oh, damn, I wish... Is there a way how we can do that? I have to increase the gate or the length here. Not really doing anything, but... Oh wait, it was. Not really anything notable though. Guess it just adds some width, but... What do we get? Let's just hear that by itself. Because that's actually alright. See? Just needs a bit of reverb. And we just wanna probably add a bit of yeah. Do that. We need more. How do we get more of that? More release. That sound of the things distorting together, that's such a pleasing sound, you know? I love that sound. Oh, just get a cup of tea, mate. It's 1:11 a.m. for me. We're gonna be going for maybe... What should we do? Another 45 minutes or something? I could probably... Why? Let me switch back to there as well. So you can see my bass faces, or well, not really bass face, I guess, but more like, oh, what's that? Like I want to bring this one back to the bass notes, because then we get that low end, that distortion. This one is not low enough though. So what if we bring you down to there? Work better here. I mean, we have a really long release already, but we could key track the release so that the low notes are longer than the higher notes. Put you on the release in opposite direction. And then maybe we tweak this a bit. Then we do the same here. See what we get. I think I can also hear it jumping. That's kind of not what we want. Okay, so let's not do that. I can kind of hear it jump on a different position for the release for some reason. That's nice. That moment where it just runs into distortion and it creates that sort of like what is it called? That warbly sound. It's really nice. Maybe with one of these modes we can emphasize that a bit, or get like different harmonics out of it. So we could, I guess, add that to a macro so that it follows the same thing. I think for that, we can emphasize it a little bit. Kind of like what that's doing. What if we just... And let's just grab a bit of a slower random LFO. And that's gonna go on the frequency just a little bit. Okay, this one I think would also benefit from a bit more, just, I don't know, 16s maybe even, and just, does it matter which one we do? Just to make it even dirtier, you know? I mean, this is set to arpeggiate. Like, it is doing an arpeggiated rhythm here. I might actually go into here and change some of these, go through here, because we might be able to get some cool other patterns. I just want to add a bit more sort of like a randomness here. that does this with these LFOs. Maybe create 2 more. Maybe with the bend, we can do this a little bit. We could grab that. Just make it wiggle a little bit. It's gonna be very subtle, but especially if you just hear it without the effects, you'll hear that a lot better. Like, it's just well, I guess not. It's just wiggling that position a little bit, but if you do that really subtly and really quickly, you get like this almost like warbly kind of sound within coming from the oscillator, which is really interesting. So maybe we'll do it on this one as well, because that one has a bit more of a shape that lends itself. A saw wave doesn't really do much until you go to like really far. And it does do something the other way, but then it gets really thin. But it kind of wiggles a little bit, which gives it a bit more variety. So let's take this one. And let's do really quickly maybe. And then put you on here. That should be a lot more noticeable actually. Like, we can even do it all the way like that and then use another one of these. Chuck it on the amount, so it's gonna go with more and less at random. We get... that's the high note, right? Yeah. Ah, damn it. Then we get the wrong note. Can we do this? Does that work? No. Then it re-triggers. That's a shame. Wait, we can do that. Oh no, then it plays that note first. Annoying. It's fine. And like, you can also then now map the level of these LFOs. Like, if you don't want to have it always, right? You can just take this this macro here, and we're just gonna set these to 0. That's so weird. I mean, okay, I guess it's a choice. I would assume for an LFO that it would, when you bring the level down, it would go to the center position, but I guess not. It goes all the way to the to the bottom, which is fine as long as we use bipolar modulation, which we are not. For everything, at least. Most of the things we are. So we can just make this bipolar, just make it smaller, and then bring this up a bit, and then same thing here, bipolar, a little bit smaller, and then just chuck that here. And then we can bring the level of these to 0. So they shouldn't be doing anything at that point. And then we go into here and we take this macro and we chuck that on all 4 of those. And then we go into the matrix, say hello to Neo again. And then we go to, what is that? 50%, I believe. that we need to go here. And then it goes up to 100% on the knob. Yeah, see? Goes all the way up to the 100% mark. So now we just have no instability at all. Only what we get is because of the pitch difference here of the oscillators, because there's a slight pitch difference between the oscillators, but that's it. And that's the FM, right? So this oscillator is FMing the other one, and because this one has a slightly lower pitch, they sort of like already drift against each other, and they kind of, well, you hear that with when the FM happens, right? So if we would have this one at just at 0, it's gonna sound a lot cleaner. Like, especially on the high note, you can just hear it sounds a lot cleaner. For as much as this sounds clean, right? Because it's distorted. But if we bring this just a tad down, so you can hear that movement happening, which is because they're not at the same pitch. And you hear movement happening, and the more detuned they are, the quicker that movement is going to be. So if we want a really slow difference, a really slow movement between the two, then we just set this to like just ever so slightly different from the other one. And now you don't really hear it as an oscillation anymore because it's going so slow that it's literally just as if there's a really slow LFO moving through something, you know? But if you want to hear the modulation, you can go a little bit quicker. And you can hear that it's actually wobbling at this point. That actually sounds really cool as well, going pretty out of tune with that oscillator. That would be a good one to assign a macro to. We could do, this is our instability. That's a cool name for a macro that I don't use a lot. So that adds just randomness to the entire patch, just a bit of just movement, making it, in a way, it almost makes it sound more analog, right? Because it creates inconsistencies, it creates differences between, you know, every time it plays. It's very subtle, but in a way, that is kind of what people like about analog sounds, right? That not every time, well, when you record an analog sound, it has these slight inconsistencies or these slight drifts between the oscillators. So you can actually design that yourself digitally as well. It just takes a bit more time. But I guess Macro 2 could go to the fine-tune of this oscillator. Put that all the way there. And we're just going to say... what are we going to call that? Yeah, good question. Bit of grit. I don't think that was a reply to the name of the macro. Like, what does it sound like again? I mean... almost sounds like a fucking elephant. Today, on today's stream, I'm gonna show you how to make an elephant with current. Welcome to the zoo, boys. Sure, we'll call it elephant for now. Just for shits and giggles. A weird digital elephant, but... almost needs more. Can you go further than 100? I don't think you can. No, it stops there. So that means I also should put it a little below 100. because of that pitch wobble that is on there. Otherwise, it's not gonna always have the pitch wobble. But that sounds fucking nasty though. That's a cool sound to have in there. We wanna have a macro for the FM. I mean, is the FM even doing much? It should do something. Okay, yeah. Just a very weird... Not even sure if I like it. Let's see if we can get something else for that. I mean, we have other things here, so... we could grab a sub oscillator and just turn you down. And just do that. Now the sub is controlling the FM. We could key track the FM amount. It's not really nice. Let's see, maybe if we go super low on this sub oscillator. New type of warble effect unlocked. I'm literally making multiple ways of creating an elephant sound. Amazing. Nice. Can go much lower. What happens if we put it really fucking low? Okay, that's too low. It's adding a movement still, but really subtly. This sub oscillator is now so low, it's 2 octaves below sub. Which... completely inaudible. Which doesn't even show up here. I mean... shouldn't, because it's not running through it, but it's only controlling the FM amount, I guess. Ooh, that's actually not that... Ooh, wait a second, that was cool. Did you hear what happened? With the sub that low, it almost glitches up the sound when it runs through everything. I guess that's happening because of the distortion. So it's running through the distortion, and it's at such a low pitch that it's just creating a DC offset signal almost at this point, I guess. I mean, it is moving, right? But it creates these glitchy... That's actually really interesting. I mean, you can see it here. Look at that. Look at that waveform wiggle. Let me record this. This is gonna be cool. Have you ever seen a cool waveform? Well, look at this. So there is a really low frequency in here, but we can take that out if we just high pass the whole thing. Like we can just add a utility even, probably. We add a utility with a DC offset switch flicked on. Oh no, it still does it. Huh, interesting. So it is... We just actually need a high pass. Really low. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. That's why it didn't work with the utility. Yeah, there's still a little bit there, but it does remove the lowest sub. But if we take a high pass, then we should just get more of like a gated kind of thing. Almost sounds granular. Interesting. Almost sounds granular. And like... Right, so if we add another reverb now... It's actually pretty cool. Maybe a soft clip there. And we can automate the gain of this oscillator to get our normal sound back. Woo! It might at this point be a bit too big to be played with the cat, but might actually take off the FM here. Okay, that actually was quite nice. What if we make this one slightly out of tune? Okay, so yeah, this is kind of cool. Kind of like this sound. So I don't think we need the reverb here when we don't have the broken sound, though. It's only when we start using the broken sound we want to have this extra reverb. So, the first reverb is kind of just becoming part of the sound when we start doing that. So do we need that first reverb? That's the question. I mean, kind of do. It kind of makes it sound a lot fuller when that distortion effect is on. So, we're definitely gonna want to have a macro for this one. So that's just gonna be Broken. And then I guess, well, I could put a macro on here, so you could automate this from like -48 to 36 or something. But I guess you can just change that. And then we definitely need the reverb there. So when this goes up, because I think that sounds cool without the reverb, without this one, right? Kind of becomes too much with that reverb, so maybe just a little bit. And then when this goes up, we want to have that, so that we get... That's a good name, actually. Obliterate. That's a good name. What happens if we add the elephant in as well? Such a weird patch. But I guess like this, you can just use it with that other sound. Probably make it a bit quieter, but... Oh yeah, I know something for the last macro. That is actually a really good thing to have in here. Damn, there's something... I need to clear my throat. One moment. But I know what we can do. Have a macro on this one, I think. Bring this one down. If we don't have this oscillator, we get that. So we can have a macro on this as well. Actually gonna go all the way up to 12 because that sounded pretty cool. So we're just gonna call that sauce because that's kind of what it adds. I mean, it kind of still works with it. Made worse patches. Kinda still works. I thought it was gonna be too busy, but it's not. And I guess this this high pass I can do right here, so that you don't have to do that yourself. We'll just grab that. We'll just chuck that on. What is the lowest? 20 hertz. That should be low enough because I had it at 16. So that should cut off at least the DC offset that happens because of that really low sub bass that is creating that broken sound. And that way you don't get that sort of like movement happening here, because if we wouldn't have this, then I'm not sure if it would work with this other patch. Look at this waveform now. Now look at what the waveform looks like. I mean, if you want to have a funky waveform in your track, like that is a pretty funky waveform. Like we're looking at what, 20 seconds? Yeah, 22 seconds, and you can still see the oscillation of the oscillator. So it's going really slow. But just by adding that, it should cut that out, and we don't get that anymore. See? And now the movement that you see is just a result of that broken sound kind of layering with the other pad. Nice patch though. The broken elephant, yeah, that's what we're gonna call it for now. But let's actually go into back into, what was it again? Here, because there's so many different modes for this arpeggiator. I haven't used this arpeggiator at all. But now we get this. But we can, like, we have all these different things here. So we've got, what is this? The classic. Yeah, all these different modes. You get all kinds of different rhythms out of that. My CPU is also crying. Soft clip the output. That sound is nice, that really broken. I love that. Ooh. It's also interesting. And depending on what we select here, we should get different things. Yeah, now it's going to play the high note first, of course. Oh, we have loads of modes here as well. What the hell is cascade? Let's increase the rate. Oh, that's gonna not do anything because we have too slow of an attack. Ooh, damn. This harp is powerful. So let me take the obliterate and this down. It has all these different options, and combining these two, you get all kinds of different patterns. Damn. Yeah, it's slightly too slow on this one. If we just back this up a little. Then it works on faster ones as well. So, mode pulse here, but if we then go to a different mode here, it's gonna sound different. See? But if we have it on cascade, and then we go here, we also get something different. So that should then also be different again from rain and death mode. As I said. So basically you have as many options of patterns here as all these modes multiplied by all this, multiplied by how many steps you can add, and the variation. Dude, you can make so many different patterns with just this arpeggiator. And just messing with that could give you patterns that you would have never come up with, right? So that's actually pretty nice. I liked it slower though. This one was nice, I think. Or was it that? There we go. It's kind of a cool pattern. What does the alternate thing do? When active, any additional steps that are added will be inserted between each note that is displayed through the... Wait, so is that what I was talking about earlier when you add another MIDI note halfway through that it doesn't re-trigger? If they've also thought about that, then that would be insane. I mean, it's not really doing anything. That only works with the steps. Oh, I guess, but yeah, I know what that does. That just, if you have more steps, it determines whether or not it goes through the cycle of steps after it has played through the entire pattern or while it is playing the pattern. So that every note in succession is going to go through the steps, or if it just plays the entire pattern once and then it goes to the next step and then it plays the entire pattern once at the step higher. That's the difference. But we don't need that. This is fine. I like this patch though. Sounds amazing. Anyways, I'm gonna call it quits as well for tonight, because I've been at it for quite a while, and it's 2 a.m, so it was good. We made a good amount of patches, and we made quite a lot of nice patches. I don't think there was one patch that just didn't sound good at all. Like, all the patches were saved, at least. So that means that they all were at least good enough. How many patches are there in the bank now? Packs, user. I don't think all of them were saved in here, though. I think I saved a couple ones in here. I mean, there's a whole bunch of ones in here that can go into the pack, to be honest. But I think I also put a couple of ones in here while we were doing the stream, because I forgot. But how many are in here now? 34 already. Definitely not enough for a pack, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I say about 100 something presets, and we have a pack on our hands. Definitely gonna be one. Might even try and get in touch with Minimal Audio, see if I can have it added to the stream. That would be sick. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back next Friday around 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. I'll try between 8:30 and 9 if nothing comes up like today. If not, I'll let you know on Discord. Join the Discord if you aren't a member yet. If you want to laugh about all the stuff that Busy's talking about, or if you want to just, you know, chat about what he's on about and the whole fucking thing, then come to the Discord. Or if you just want to chat about music, that's fine too. I'll drop the link into the chat. Also, if you want to support me and get samples, presets... Oh fuck, I forgot to post a pack on Patreon. God damn it, completely forgot. I want to support the Patreon. I'm like, oh my god, I had to post a pack this week on Patreon, but I forgot. I know what I'm doing this weekend. Next thing this weekend, what I'm doing is putting the Patreon back up. Which is going to be the granular impact sounds that I talked about, like 200 granular impact sounds or something. So if you want to have that, then check out the Patreon. It should be up at this weekend. I promise. Anyways, thanks. I'll see you all in the next one. Hope you liked today. Hope you learned something from making these patches. And yeah, I'll see you again in the next one. Cheers.